Good evening. It is Tuesday, and we are going to have a very nerdy Tuesday because we got a bunch of tech stuff to set up for making our game. But we'll go over what I've kind of worked through since last time first, just to review it. I want to start some music and see how loud it is in the background before I try to talk over it. Because last time it was a little bit loud, and one time it was a little bit too soft. And I don't know. I don't know why it's so different, but let me give it a shot. That's a bit loud on my end from what I can tell. Although I'm talking over it. Let me just tweak it down a tiny bit here. Put it down here. Let's see how that is. Yeah, that works. All right. Anyway, so last time we had gotten to the point where we had our implementation plan. This is a revised version of it, but we had something, right? Oops, what the hell did I do? And we had our game design document. This is also a revised version of it. So I took those and I put in initial thoughts into what our architecture or tech stack would be, basically. And by tech stack, I can kind of show in here on the right side. Nice little preview of the markdown over here. What languages and game client and backend and database and all that good stuff that we need. What is that going to be? And I wanted to keep it inexpensive for now because I don't want to invest a ton of money into this. It's time more than money that I'm going to invest into this. So all of this that's here is free until we scale for production, basically. So, or I do some testing at scale. But everything else is zero cost. So that'll be nice. But we'll go through all that stuff here in a minute because we're going to, part of most of today is going to be setting this stuff up on my local machine here to start doing things with it. Even to the point of getting GitHub set up. I've got an account, but just getting repos and issues and all that stuff set up. So we're tracking stuff. But so I took all of that, took the game design, took the implementation plan. I took my thoughts and my background. And before I did anything, I trained Claude a little bit about me and what I want it to do for me. Because it's important that I give it expectations, and when he, I'll just say he, its name is Claude. When he doesn't meet those expectations, I can tweak something to make it meet those expectations better. So there's two markdown files basically for Claude that define how it works for you. So there's one, the top level one. That's actually at my user on this computer at that level. That says, this is me. This is who I am. This is how I like to work. And this is my communication style. And this just kind of drives everything, regardless of whether I'm working on this project or I'm working on something else or whatever it is. This is what I want to do. So I gave it the background of me for who I am, what my current job is, how long I've been working in the industry, all of that stuff, what kind of stuff I do, and what I'm currently doing, like with this solo indie game, right? Just to give it that background of, don't play dumb with me. Don't play child with me. I know what I'm talking about already. I don't know everything, but I know a lot of stuff, right? Be technical with me. Don't dumb it down. So, and that's where the how I like to work comes into play. You didn't say anything yet. Yeah, well, I mean, if you assume that when somebody says the word dumb, they're talking about you, I don't know what to say about that. You're not dumb, I will say that, but think higher of yourself. Welcome in, by the way. So anyway, so I give it some information about how I like to work. So don't simplify it. Don't hold it. I am an experienced person. Give me the details. Tell me the whys. And this is the next sentence. Tell me the whys. And don't tell me to do it. That's the problem that a lot of people have with AI, is that they just ask it a question and assume what it says is right and don't know the whys. Why did they say that? I want to know the whys. I want to understand all of that stuff. So don't just pick a solution for me, if there's options with trade-offs, let me know, because I might pick something different. There might be, well, I don't really care about that. That downside doesn't matter to me. That's a better route for me. I want to be able to pick those options. Just get my face out. It's there. It's per what Wire was saying Friday. It's Minecraft me. I have a face for Minecraft. You'll get there. Zaz has fished it up, I think, on her first or second try, both Saturdays that she did it. So maybe it's a Saturday thing. I don't know. But it wasn't too hard. You got a decent chance of getting it. All I got to do is push a button. I'm on my macro deck, and it turns it on. I only get it out for certain people. There's really none of those people in my life anymore that I get it out for. So I also wanted to tell me if I'm doing something wrong, because I'm not always right. I know that. Tell me if I'm doing something stupid. Don't just agree with me. Tell me when there's something that's going to make have consequences downstream. Like if I'm going to be making some decision on what database architecture to use, for example, that has ripple effects down the road. Tell me that that's the thing that I can't really undo easily. And then one thing that AI that people use it incorrectly these days, or they just use it because it can, is they tell it to do something and they just take its final result. I prefer smaller baby steps. Take it one little bit at a time, step by step, understand what's going on. So this kind of information is going to be used in every single conversation with Claude Code that I have. And then same thing with communication style. It's similar stuff down there. Skip all their stupid little friendly, oh, well, that sounds great. Yeah, don't butter me up. Just talk to me. Pay attention to details. I'll see it if it misses it. And then this is the key one that I've always found I've had to put in there. And it's sad that I have to do this. This should just be what it does. But I think part of AI wants to think, well, this person just wants an answer, so I'm going to give it an answer, whether it's real or not. And that's not what I want. I want it to be fact. Don't guess. If you're not sure, say it. And then I will figure out what the fact is. That's the biggest problem with AI these days. And this doesn't always work. Sometimes it's still wrong. So that's one file. That's one high level who I am file. Now everybody here knows who I am background wise. Just a big nerd since the 90s. Before your time, Lottie. I was a computer nerd before you were even conceived. So then the other Claude markdown file is the project markdown file. And this one's a little more in depth about this specific project. Has a lot more information in it. So this one used a lot of our game design document implementation plan to build this. Obviously reviewed it and tweaked it and everything with it. But this just tells Claude, gives it some high level context, so I don't have to repeat this stuff every time. Like what are we building? What are we currently working on? Where do you find more information about that thing? What decisions are still open? And this is more game decisions that are still open. This is kind of open, but it's almost accurate, even at what we're going to target platform wise. And then technical decisions as well. So what languages we're using, what game clients and backends, and is it multiplayer that's server authoritative? So don't build something that the client is deciding how something should resolve. Always should go back to the server. So things to keep it in check and not to go out of bounds of what the design is for this thing. So what our database is, things to avoid in said database, and the object model that we're going to use. don't do things that are proved be poor performing. And then some architectural stuff about the game itself, not just the tech stack. So how the world is laid out and how skills work and NPCs and currency and just things that are like, don't try to change this about it. Don't say, well, if we introduce this, it'll fix this problem. No, I don't want to do that. So the important bits are in here. And then what our high level implementation order is going to be and the full detail reference to it and things not to do explicitly. Just some of it's related to the game, some of it's related to technical coding or database work or whatever that is. And then just reference to where those files are. So I built this over the weekend with those documents. And then I had a lot of context building these and determining what our tech stack was going to be. And I had to go back and updated the implementation plan. So this is what we had before, but some tweaks made to it. It added some information about our tech stack in here. It clarified the phases for how we're going to build the game in general and the order we're going to build that game. So everything from doing the schema of the different types of data that we have to world generation and populating that world and then building the systems and the order those systems have to be built so they make sense. And then adding the exploration layer on top of all of those systems. So that's all of your investigation and hunting and settlement and housing and transportation, all that stuff builds on top of the other things. And then none of this to this point has anything to do with graphics. That's phase 6. The very last phase is to actually layer on the graphical interface to the whole thing. And it just shows you what critical decisions have to be made before we get to phase 4, which is where things start really kind of getting solidified. And then checkpoints for each phase to make sure before you move on to the next phase, this stuff has to be done. So it's just telling you what each of those phases checks are. So it just cleaned this document up a bit and nice and made it clear that there's still open decisions, made it all the little bits that we'd already decided be put in here correctly and worded well and not me formatted with my bad indentation and punctuation and everything. So, and then once I had that and I verified everything was good in there, I just had it. The game design document we had was disorganized at best. So I said, hey, go clean this thing up for me. And it did. It made it look much better. It organized it much better. It didn't lose any of the detail that I could see. I read the whole thing word for word. I didn't notice anything missing. It just cleaned it up and filled everything out to be more organized looking. So nothing new here. It's just it filled things in. It put a couple little details that I worked out during other conversations into here. It added in information, some social stuff, world structure, some more stuff about the controls and feel of it and what matters. More details on the visual and audio direction of it based off of everything that was in there. Then it added all the technical scope that we didn't have at all in there before. So it figured all this stuff out. So things like for the database, we're going to start local dev in a Docker container with Postgres, and then we're going to potentially move to cloud on Neon if we need to, probably not. And then for production, it would be like AWS RDS or the equivalent Azure or whatever that is. It just laid all that stuff out in here so that there's like a source of truth for this. And we can tweak this as we go, but put all the risks that we talked through in there in a nice central place. It put all of our ideas that were everywhere I had like the question mark in that doc. It put those out in the parking lot. So, okay, these are things that we thought about, not sure yet, but thought about them, might go in there. You could be in the game, Lottie. I can make you an NPC in there for sure. You could just play in the game too. be weird to meet yourself in the game, though. But and all the graphics and everything, the some of the stuff that gets laid out down here about what we're doing in there. So we'll get into that in a second. We'll get into the tech stack in a second. But anyway, that was the GDD. We got that all kind of cleaned up and pretty and nice and readable and not a mess. So the next step, there was a game I played recently that had a Lottie in it. What was it? What was the game that I played that had a Lottie in it? I want to say Lord of the Rings Online has a Lottie in it. No, not Tinder. I have no interest in dating. I'm done with that crap. You're off the... You wouldn't be there anyway, I wouldn't think, unless something changed, but... why do I hear my Teams going off in the other room? Did I forget to shut my laptop down? Hang on. People don't think I'm actually online, because I'm not. No, okay. I look like I'm online, but I'm not. Okay. So, but yeah, I would, well, there will probably be a lot of people in this game that may not be, it might be named Lottie, but it might be somebody that's named something and then they act like Lottie. uh, so yeah, so that's that. So we did all that with Claude Chat. I didn't even use Claude Code for this because it was easier to do that in chat, and Claude Chat is kind of where you have the discussions about what you're doing. So this was the conversation I had with it about setting up my Claude Markdown files, and I went through everything and gave it more information and went back and forth and just figured it all out. Same thing with the tech stack determining what we did. I gave it all the information and it proposed some stuff and went back and forth and refined and asked some questions and did my own research on some of the things because I hadn't heard of them before and landed on stuff I'd heard of completely. But lots of conversation and stuff to get to this point. So where we are now is we will have a new conversation with Claude and go through setting up our tech stack. Make you a dickhead? Well, no, that would be that would be somebody else in my life. I would make a dickhead. You'd have your characteristics that would be clearly Lottie characteristics. Maybe we get your laugh in there or something somehow. Like you laugh at people as they walk by. Yeah, Zaz is clearly the dickhead. So yeah, so where we landed, I guess we'll go back to where we landed before we start digging into things. Here. So where we landed on tech stuff. Actually, this is wrong. I don't know why this says .NET 8. It should be 10 because 8's end of life is in November, I believe, if I remember correctly. 10 is the current long-term support one. .NET Core end of life. So .NET 8 end of life November 2026. Yeah, so 10 is 2020. So that needs to get changed to 10. I knew Zaz would come out of the woodwork once that comment was made. So yeah, so it'll be C#.NET 10. Let me just go ahead and change that here. 10. I don't know that if that was anywhere else. .NET 8. Not in there. Was it in the game design doc? Yeah. Needs to be 10. So that the language wasn't easy to just because that's the one I'm most comfortable with. I could have picked Java. I could have picked other stuff. I just like .NET. I'm used to it. So the one thing that I kind of thought we were going to land on was going to be the graphics. It's all 2D graphics, but we landed on Godot for the open source game engine. So free. It's not Unreal. It's not Unity. It's completely free. And Godot is really designed for 2D games anyway. It can do 3D stuff, but it's really mainly 2D. So, and it works. It makes them for cross-platform. It handles all the UIs and all that stuff. So, that's what this is what we'll end up using. This is the one I think I need. We'll go through and make sure I'm pulling the right thing. I'm pretty sure I got to get the .NET with the C# support one. Because I think this one is Java only. I don't remember. So that's one thing I was going to go into, just more on Godot and just see what I need there. So backend, because of C#, ASP.NET Core, Web APIs, and Signal R. So this would be things where the game calls to the server to say, hey, I want to do X. Server does its thing and responds with, okay, you can do X. Here's how the client should re-render stuff. And that is server authoritative. So even if the client, even if the response is changed by the client and it moves somebody somewhere else, if they try to do anything in that somewhere else, the server's gonna be like, nah, that's not where you're at. Put you back there, and it's just gonna put them right back. So, and Signal R is things for like push notifications, not for messages. I mean, it could be for messages, but things like, this event is happening and we're pushing a notification out to the people that are in the area to say this is here, that kind of thing. That's the back end. We already talked about the server authoritative side of stuff. PostgreSQL is the database. It is free. It's pretty performative. It should work fine. It's pretty common these days. We'll run it locally in a Docker container. Initially, probably won't ever get to Neon, but it's here just in case. That's a cloud hosting of it that has a free tier. And then RDS or something in Azure for scale. We'll probably end up in Azure rather than AWS just because Microsoft is .NET. So makes sense. It puts some stuff about ORM stuff. We'll probably end up using Entity Framework and Dapper for that, but we'll get there. We'll see how that turns out. Docker containers want to be able to basically push a button and it build the database and the application containers and deploy them and run them, and it works like that. That's the idea. It's a quick CI/CD action and we're done. And then GitHub is where we'll put our source code. I had an Azure DevOps in a Git repo there, but everything just said, go to GitHub. It's the de facto place to put things. It's always been that way. I've been using DevOps for work for years, but it's definitely more enterprise. Bleh. It works for enterprise, not so much for solo work. So we'll set up our stuff in GitHub for this for now. So today that's what we're going to do. We are going to get Godot downloaded and installed. We're going to make sure Visual Studio is all updated. Get Docker downloaded and installed. Get a PostgreSQL Docker container set up. If we get all that done today, I don't know. I've not set any of that up before. Myself personally, I've never had to. So today is a very nerdy setup day. Not so much creation, but you got to get things configured and ready to go. And ideally, we get GitHub set up with what repos we're going to have, repositories for those that are new. They're code repositories, so it's where all the source code is stored, where it's version controlled. So as it's changed, you can go back and look at history, and then you can also have pipelines build from that source code and get you the end result. So get that set up with repos, and then potentially some issues and tracking, just to kind of track this is what we're currently working on, and have just check boxes so we can check it off as we go. My memory sucks with this kind of stuff, so having a nice list is kind of important for me. Docker is going to be where we host the database and the application eventually. It'll be in little containers in there, so we'll have to set up prior to Postgre there, and then we'll set up the database and Godot. So Godot should just be a download and install. I don't think there's going to be much to that, but we're going to work through that. So where I left off my last conversation with it was we were going to go into GitHub. I'm going to have to do that first. Really want to get the other stuff set up because it's more interesting than GitHub. So we're going to make a new conversation in the project here. So based off the previous conversation, I want to go ahead and get Godot set up for .NET. Is there anything special other than downloading the .NET version of Godot? Let's see how smart AI is. Claude is definitely more technical than ChatGPT. Wait, Godot only works with 8? Let's take a step back. .NET 8 is end of life in November. Should we not use 10? And does Godot support that? I know I'm right to flag it. That's why I asked. See, it's going out to go look. Upgraded their 4.6, like Godot 4.6 or .NET 4.6, because that's a giant leap. Oh, Godot 4.6. Okay. That's a big leap going, because 4.6 is .NET Framework. That's a massive leap to go to .NET 10. Okay. So I guess step one is, what do I even have installed? So let's get Visual Studio open and see what, this is probably not even up to date. Let's check that too while we're at it. Hey, this guy. Of course, there's an update. We're only a month behind. That's not too bad. Let me just see what I have to target here. So if I make new project, C#, let me pick a version. So let's do this. let's just take our MVP and see if I can push it to 10. Because that'll tell me if I've got the SDK installed already. And it might already even be 10. Come on, IntelliSense. Why are you not initializing? How is this IntelliSense? This is your properties file. Please tell me why. Oh, come on. Nothing is loading. There we go. It was already .NET 10. Cool. So we already got it. Cool. So that just means I'm not doing 11. That's going to be a standard term support thing. We'd be skipping over that anyway. 8's in maintenance. This is good till 2028. So that gives us 2.5 years before I got to update it. We'll see if we're done by then. Probably won't be. Yeah, we might be. AI might make this go faster than we think. All right, so we've already got .NET 10 installed. Let me close this and get this update rolling. Okay. All right, so we've got .NET 10. There's no way I don't have the SDK because it wouldn't let me program without it. So, but we'll double check. See. No, I want to search the installed apps. There we go. .NET. We'll double check when this update's done. Actually, we couldn't. No, we can't edit it while it's there. Once that's done, we'll double check, but it should be there. Okay, so we need Godot 462.net and change the target framework to .NET 10. Yeah, no, it won't say that for long. It's not under support for that much longer. Yeah, okay. So then going back up. Rider. I don't know what Rider is. Must be a Visual Studio competitor. Oh, it's JetBrains. Ah, okay. Cross-platform .NET IDE that works with a wide variety of framework, mono, and core project types. Huh. Is it open source? Uh, Oh my God. Talking about cookies. All right. See, as soon as I see check pricing, that's when I go, well, Visual Studio Community is free. And that's when I immediately say, nah. This feels open sourcey. God, they use U-Track. Okay. I mean, I imagine they would not think about it. Isn't U-Track JetBrains? Yeah. Okay. um, is JetBrains Rider open source? Question. No. Available for free for non-commercial use, such as learning and open source project development, but it does not fall under an open source license. Yeah, well, Visual Studio Community does, so screw you. AI viewers, asterisk, aka you put a link in there and you are gonna go kablooey. I think you already went kablooey. Won't even give me an option to time you out. Let's check another different UI here. Really? You're not going to show me my chat? Well, that would be why I can't time you out, because I can't see my dang chat. And I'm echoing. Weird. Oh well. Let's see. Let me do. Yeah, that's just not showing me my chat history anymore. Very strange. All right. Back to what we were doing. So, no rider. Okay. So, I already have .NET 10 SDK installed. Visual Studio 2026 community. And I'm installing installing Godot.net now. What is the next step after that? All right, so I want to look at this, and this should tell me. Let's see here. .NET 10 runtime. .NET SDK, yeah, which should be all versions. Okay, so that's all installed. No, I didn't say no. I want to read it. Okay. So that's updated. Something about Claude is broken recently. It doesn't scroll automatically to the bottom. It like leaves you in a random place in your last message. All right, so let me get to Godot. Get Godot. I don't want to donate. Maybe later. If you make me millions, I'll donate. How about that? You got to make millions first. Jeez. How many folders do you want to put this in? Godot Sharp? Oh my God. How is this not safe? You don't want me to do something free, is what you don't want. Is it just a standalone? It didn't actually install anything, did it? Huh. I'm very confused. All right, so now I'm very confused. Instruction: extract and run. It's a self-contained, does not require installation. Okay, well, that answers the question. That is a rare thing in this world, is to have a self-contained, no installation program. Okay. So let me close this and let's put this somewhere reasonable. Um, It's going to complain and moan if I put it in program files. I could probably put it in here. Not really code though. Yeah, we'll leave it on C. We'll just do what we did with StreamerBot. Stick that in its own folder out here. Godot. Okay. All right. After Godot finishes installing, there is no installing. See, it's already hallucinating. There is no install. Launch it, hit new project, give it a name, pick your directory. The language render options confirm C# is selected. It should default to it in the .NET build. Render, pick compatibility. It uses OpenGL and has the least friction for 2D. You can switch later if needed. And for a top-down 2D, you won't miss anything from the Vulkan renderers. Okay. Generate the solution. Open it in Visual Studio. This is all like foreign to me. I mean, the what it's telling me to do isn't, but how Godot works and graphics is completely foreign. Okay, need that for a get ignore. Okay, so this is going to be its own project at some point. So I don't know that we're going to do much more with Godot today, because this isn't until phase 6. All the back end stuff we're going to build doesn't really matter for the front end, because it's just going to be web APIs that it calls to do things. Okay. Asset library. Oh, and the MIT license, huh? Cool. We'll try to do our own stuff. But I'm sure there'll be things that'll just be easier to take an open source existing thing and use it. Okay, well, that's Godot. Well, that was tough installing Godot. All right, we'll come back to that later. All right, well, we'll leave that for that. Um, let us do Docker. Now, I've used Docker before, but I want to set it up properly this time and not bang my head against the wall. So let's see what it says, and we'll see how accurate it is when we go read about Docker ourselves. Docker desktop versus alternatives. You have three options, huh? Docker desktop. Easiest GUI, WSL2 integrated. It does require Windows Linux support. Okay. It's commercial for orgs greater than 250 employees. Yep, I am one. Rancher desktop, free OSS, Docker compatible CLI, less polished. Some edge cases differ. WSL2 plus Docker engine directly. No Docker desktop wrapper, closer to Linux prod, more setup work, no GUI. I don't know why I would do that. I've already need WSL set up for Docker desktop, so which is unfortunate because I'm pretty sure to install WSL gonna require a reboot. That's not an option at the moment. Well, balls. I don't think I have it installed yet. I'm pretty sure I don't. Come on, grab the window, computer. Da, 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 da. Where are you? Why does this control panel suck balls? This one? No. Yeah, this is not gonna be installed. I almost guarantee it is not gonna be installed. The Windows subsystem for Linux is not installed. Yeah, let's before we give up on this step, let's go have a look at the official instructions and see if a reboot is required. You can install everything you need for Windows with a single command, open PowerShell as administrator, and then restart your machine. Yeah, not happening. Okay, so we're going to be not doing that today. So I'll have to do that off stream. You keep getting that scooter's ass. Do you like scooters? Oops. Okay. Well then, let's put that on pause. What else can we install and set up today? There's nothing else for Godot. We already got Visual Studio. Can't do the database without Docker, so GitHub? I guess we'll do GitHub stuff. That's not very exciting at all. Let me sign in over here in case it shows anything of interest, which it's going to, because it's going to want my email address. I don't know my password because it's long and complicated. Boop, boop, boop. Multi-factor? You used someone and you crashed it? So not a scooter person then, I see. You got two scooters. There's it's just trying to rub in that you crashed a scooter a couple of years ago. What am I looking for? My multi-factor. All right, we're logged in. So this is GitHub. Very exciting. It's a very exciting place. It's where you make repositories and store code and build things. For nerds, it's exciting. For most people, it's not at all. You were drinking and driving. That's disappointing. Should not drink and drive, even on a scooter. Anything that has a motorized wheel. You know, you should ride a bike while you're drunk. That's probably not the wisest thing, but I guess it's better than a motorized vehicle because you probably aren't going to hurt somebody as badly. I mean, you can ram somebody with a bike. I did it when I was a kid. And my neighbor and I were, how old were we? Probably at the latest middle school, but I think it might have been elementary school. We were riding our bikes as fast as we could up and down the street, see how fast we could go. We had one of those little speedometers on our handlebars that had the sensor on the wheel that told you how fast you were going, trying to see how fast we could go. And I was doing my run coming down really fast. And for some reason, he decided to just pull out in front of me as I'm coming down there. And I just T-boned the hell out of him. And he goes down. I go down. I get up pretty quick. He gets up pretty quick, but he's very woozy. Turned out, I think he ended up having a concussion. A couple of days later, they determined that was what happened. It's not funny, but it was funny in that it took a couple of days to figure out that he had an issue. And I don't know if I caused this or not. I don't know if that, but I don't know if that situation caused this or not. But every time since then, one of his eyebrows was like, he was brown hair normally, but there was like a white stripe in it. Like it was gray. And I don't know if that was caused by that or not. But I don't know why I remember that, but he did. He just had like a little white patch in the middle of his eyebrow. Anyway, so yeah, don't drink and scooter. That's not the wisest thing. I mean, I guess you paid for it by crashing it, but hopefully nobody was injured other than your not your ego. What's the word? Your feelings. Okay, so GitHub. We can do some of this today. So we were about to, when I cut it off here, so no, I'm done for the night. I just look at countries like like Southeast Asian countries like Thailand and Vietnam, and even a little bit in Korea. China's probably got it too, but there was a live streamer in Vietnam. He's an American, and he got stuck over there during COVID for a while because they wouldn't let him leave. Um, and it's just chaos with all the motorbikes there, uh, flying around between cars and everything. So yeah, I've never had an interest in scooters or motorcycles or anything like that. I'll stay on four wheels with a nice big crumple zone. I'm not worried about me as I am worried about the people around me. Um, so we were about to go into setting up GitHub, and I forget where we landed there. Okay, so we left off on GitHub. It was suggesting, so in GitHub there's issues. We can create that for each implementation plan task. Use labels for phase and status and milestones for each phase. Everything lives next to your code. Commits can reference them and close them automatically. Claude can also give context about open issues. Kanban is a bit excessive, but because it's on top of issues, you basically get it. A markdown in the repo is the lowest friction, no tooling required. A flat file with checkboxes, a Claude can read an update. Good for capturing things mid-session that you don't want to lose. The limitation is no history, no comments, no linking to code. So it's suggesting to start with that. This is a very random 90s playlist on YouTube. It's all over the place. Cardigan? Um, use GitHub issues. Oh, okay. I see. So start with the to do for the during each session. Just have that, and then you use GitHub issues. Anything that spans more than a session or needs to be tracked against a milestone. Okay, so let's start here. And let's make a new conversation. Okay. Uh, bu- 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 IE, UI, servers, APIs, front end, client, etc. Docker, etc. All right, so let's see what it says. Yes, it is very annoying to undo later. My current job works with a giant monolith of an application and one big repo. I mean, there's multiple because there's multiple products, but they are very large, huge. Like a build takes 15, 20 minutes to build alone, and then add on top of that another 45 minutes to an hour for unit tests to run. It's ridiculous because it's so huge. And it's all at once. I mean, we could technically build little bits of it, but then you just start getting weird consistency issues between the different pieces. So this is important to have this set up in a way that we can build the parts that we're working on quickly, get them tested quickly and deployed quickly, and not have to build everything in its mother every single time. Ideally, let's see what it says. That's my thought. Is like they're going to be. My thought is it's going to be we're going to have at least a front end and a back end repo, a database repo, and then maybe an API repo. At least that. I think at least that's going to exist. I don't know. Let's see what it says it wants to do. I got 6 pence, none the richer. Man. Nice some harder alternative rock. I wouldn't call this alternative rock, to be fair. This is too light to be alternative. But playlist is called the Alt Rock 90s. It's kind of a stretch. It looks like what's coming up is a little more alternative than I would think. Yeah. We're getting some Wallflowers, Counting Crows, Offspring, Incubus, Sublime. Yeah. And another Cranberries song. Then Blink 182. Okay. This one's almost over. I never blared this song driving the car in high school. All right. So trade off mono repo. You want me to gag, don't you? All right. One GitHub repo, multiple top level directories. So client is the Godot 4 C# project. Server is the .NET Core game server. Web is the optional front. Oh, for marketing and account management. Okay, I see. So that'd be like going to Blizzard and getting on your Battle.net account on a web page versus the actual client. Okay. Infra for Docker, compose files, infrastructure as code, Terraform stuff, type stuff. Docs is GG architecture docs, and tools, shared utilities, database migration scripts. Where's the database go? I don't know that I wouldn't put database under tools. Where does that live? I feel like that's missing here. We'll see. It has a much more, so we'll get down in a second. Single PR can span client plus server changes. Important when your API contract changes. One issues board, one projects board, significantly simpler for a solo dev. GitHub actions can trigger per directory. So you only build what changed. Okay, that's reasonable. I could do that in DevOps too, now that I think about it, but we can't the way ours is set up. Similar to the reason here, if you change an API contract, it's not so much in our system, but if you change some business logic, it needs to span all of the application, not just one piece. So, downside: Godot projects have strong opinions about their directory structure. Really, they have opinions. You'll need to be deliberate about where the Godot folder lives relative to the repo root. Okay. Polyrepo. Serials per component. Cleaner separation matches how teams at scale organized. More overhead for a solo dev, separate issue trackers, separate CI pipelines, cross repo PRs are painful. Yeah, they are. Makes sense if you ever anticipate contributors who only touch one layer and shouldn't see the others. Not really. For your situation, solo learning containers, GitHub, this is almost certainly the wrong call right now. Okay. We can always break it up later. It's hard to put back together, I would think. Cross-cutting changes, API contract update, client change, SKU migration are frequent during early development, and managing that cross repos as a solo dev is pure friction with no real benefit until you have a team. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so in the client, we have a Godot project. Server is going to have API, core logic, the entity framework, Dapper, and migrations. And then our test. Optional web front end. The Docker Compose YAML. The server in Postgre, and it's SQL. This is where it sets up the database initially. Our docs. Migration runners, seed scripts, etc. Workflows, issue template, pull request template, to do and readme. So how is it building the database? Let's see if it describes it anywhere down here. You have a game name yet? No, I don't. That's a problem. I know. Yeah. I don't even know what we call this. I have no idea. I don't even know what the thing is called yet. I mean, I feel like the thing is going to help drive the name, but I don't know what that is. It's all conceptual at this point. What print on the stack? The stack conversation touched on this, but I don't think it was resolved. Are you planning any browser-based component, account creation, character selection, map viewer, or is everything inside the Godot client for now? And eventually it will be web-based. Branching strategy for solo dev main plus feature branches is fine, but do you want dev as an integration branch or trunk based? That's how you configure each branch. What do I want? I feel like adding a dev branch is just an extra step to merge. But let's think. Since I'm solo, a lot of the complications of a dev branch is when you have a bunch of people involved going to different things. But when it's just me, could just, if I committed feature branches into the dev branch and then built off of that to make sure everything works, and then as a whole, and then push that into the main branch as a version update, I could have something running and only push major, in quotes, changes to it. I just don't know how much that benefits me. That can be changed later. We need to answer those three questions. I don't know the answer to the name of the game. Web front end, I can answer that one. Branching, I wanted to have it describe more what it's talking about, just to make sure I'm not forgetting something. But I'm leaning having the dev branch, but I just don't know how beneficial it's going to be to me. If my camera wasn't pixelated, you could see me pulling on my lip going, I also want to ask about where the database lives because, like, the entity framework is defining a lot of it. Is the expectation that that will drive the creation of it? It has migrations sitting there. But then I want to understand what it's thinking we're going to do when we do an update. Like when the game is already running in a test environment, for example, and there's already data in the database has been generated, and I want to upgrade the database. I don't want to build a whole new container. I might, but there has to be a way to migrate that data. And maybe that's what this migration means here. I've never done containerized database deployments. It's always been a static instance, be it on an EC2 instance or RDS, something that's always living. You don't just replace it. So this is new territory for me. So I want to understand it. And a lot of what we're going to be doing here is potentially useful in my real job. So might help me do some things that we've been talking about for years. What, Alf? It's not going to help you at all, I promise. The only thing it's going to help you with is the fact that I'm sitting here on this couch more for you to cuddle with when you want to. Well, you're just sleeping on the chair anyway. Go back to sleep. Your eyes can't even stay open. You can't even keep your eyes open, boy. Okay, so I have questions to answer and questions to ask. All right. For the game name, I do not have a name yet, or even anything remotely close to a name. I don't even know. Just sit and think for a second. What is something we could call this? Preferably one or two words at most. Um, that wouldn't be a horrible working name. What do you think, Alf? Alf World? uh, Project Alf. It's not a bad name, to be fair. I mean, I wouldn't have any heartburn over that. Hmm. Maybe give me some suggestions based off of the GDD for working titles, and we go with that. I don't know that it really matters if the project is named after the working title, the projects are, we would just make sure anything visible to the world, i.e., API names, UIs, etc., are named generically, so the game name could be whatever in the end. Like even StreamerBot, I think it's CPH is all the class names that it uses in the API, if I remember correctly. Streamer.bot. Let's see, in the API, now in C# code. So is it just classes or is it methods? I saw this. Where did I see it? I saw it somewhere. Oh, I know where it is. It's in the I saw it in here. Where did I see it? You got something about, I forget where it was on his Patreon. I don't remember. He's got a Patreon for this thing. Which one is Patreon? GitHub. Probably see it in GitHub. Client. Here? No. Nope. Oh no. I forget where I saw it, but I thought that like it was originally a single function of Twitch that it did. History of streamer bot. Mm-mm. Do. User project. No. Where is it? Now, I just want to know the answer to the question because I know it was called something else. What was the old name of StreamerBot? No. This is just AI bullshit. Old name for streamer.bot was speaker.bot. No, it is not even close to remotely correct. Original name of streamerbot when it had only one function on Twitch. There we go. Maybe it's in here. No. Here's the Patreon. Maybe it's in there, though. About channel points handler. See, I knew it was CPH. That's why when you look at all of the hooks in your C# stuff, if you build anything for C# code in here, it is CPH. There it is. CPH inline, public class CPH inline, and then it does stuff. Because it used to be called, and then like cph.log info. It used to be called channel points handler. So that's why the project names live on forever. Like he will never be able to get rid of CPH just because it would be a complete pain in the ass to get rid of it. But yeah. So that's why this is kind of not having a name for the thing is not great, but at least I could have some working name that's reasonable. And hell, if it's Alf World or whatever, or Project Alf, it works, right? It's a working name. I'm sure with every version of Windows, they probably have the resources to rename all that crap and rebuild it. But there's probably hints of all the code words they use for the different versions of Windows over time. For let's see what other questions we had here. Regarding the web front end, the idea is this could be played in a browser in the future. We're just targeting Windows for now, and we'll add web browser and mobile apps later. There would likely be a registration admin site as well. And then branching strategy. I'm not sure on the branching strategy. I can see having bigger feature branches and merging. Merging works, I guess, straight into main. But I wonder if there is use in having the current working version and then a dev branch that I can commit to multiple times to build the next version and deploy from that independently. Can you go into more detail on best practices in this area? I've been under this, and this is true, under the impression that single trunk development is all the rage, but has that come under attack recently as can't type recently as not sustainable, or are there better ways now? Some questions regarding the monorepo layout. Where does the database get built from? Is that all in the EF definitions and it creates it from that? And then the migrations you list are used to upgrade between one version to the next on existing databases. And what's the init script in, what do you have that in tools? In the infra, just the first time setup of the database. And then 2, since we are going containerized database, going the containerized database route, are we expecting to rebuild that container every time and migrate data, or will the migration scripts run on an existing container and we only build a new container on a fresh start? I want to understand how existing data persists across releases. All right, let's start there. That's a lot. I don't want to totally blow its context out. Speaking of, where is my context? Did they change this again where you can't see your... You used to be able to see how much of your context window you used, and then... Oh, I'm in chat. Never mind. I'm not in code. Veilborn. The idea that the world's knowledge is hidden until discovered. Landfall, Gray Mantle, Ashenwold. Ashenwold, not world, wold. Kindred Reach, Thornmark, The Wandering Age. You won't hate typing, that's true. Hmm. I mean, they're not bad ideas. I'm not in love with any of them. We'll come back to that. I could sit here all day coming up with a name. That's the worst part of everything that I build, is coming up with a name for it. I don't know how many conversations I've had with AI recently to name something, be it a tool or a variable name or whatever. Just I suck at naming things. All right, branching strategy. Directly or very short-lived branches. Eliminates merge hell. Long-lived branches accumulate divergence. Force you to use your future flag rather than branch isolation. Works well when you have solid CI and test coverage to catch breaks. Google Meta and most large engineering orgs use this internally. Where it comes under pressure, it was always somewhat aspirational. Yeah, I agree. Requires discipline and good test coverage to not just be the we broke main constantly. Priscilla doesn't make sense. It makes less sense because the reason for single branch or trunk based development is reducing merge conflict between multiple engineers. That problem doesn't exist for me. True. Mobile game development has been resistant because you often have long running feature work that generally isn't mergeable incrementally. Interesting. Is that true? I don't know. Is it pulling this out of its ass? I want to, that's cool. I can reply. They've added so many cool features to this app just in the last month. That's crazy how fast this thing is changing. What actually makes sense? Main plus dev plus feature branches off dev is the right call here, and here's why. Main, always deployable, tagged releases, only receives merges from dev. Dev is an integration branch. Your next version accumulates here. Feature world gen combat skills says branch off dev, PR back to dev. Okay. Manage what you deploy to a real server, branch protection, require passing CI, no direct pushes. Devs where you work day to day. You can commit directly here for small things or use feature branches for anything that takes more than a sitting. When dev reaches a stable checkpoint, your verification checkpoints from the imply plan are perfect gates. Implementation plan. Why are you? Who does that? They did that somewhere else up here too, where they abbreviated something that's not a real abbreviation. Is this like a tweak they made to save costs somewhere? Like why? Ugh. Hate shorthand. Because then you don't remember what it means. Implementation plan or perfect gates. You merge the main and tag it, whatever. Okay. GitHub actions, dev triggers build plus unit test, main triggers build plus test plus Docker image push. Okay. This isn't not trunk based. It's just acknowledging that you're a solo dev building a game in phases, not a 50 engineer team doing continuous deployment to production. Trunk based without feature flags and high test coverage is just we broke main and pretend we didn't. I can see that. That's why you have the feature flag there. It's like, oh shit, that broke it. Turn it off. In theory, it goes back and works like it used to, but that isn't always true. Okay. I think I agree with this. I do want to just dig more out of curiosity about that. Why this is. Because I have a hunch that it's a similar reason to why it's difficult for my company to do it. We're trying our damnedest to do it, but it's rough. And we still have version branches sitting out there. A few of them here and there. I want to dig into that more in a side conversation. I don't want to use up this. Your mental model is correct. Entity framework core is a source of truth for schema. You define your entities in C#, run .NET EF migrations, add in a name, and EF generates migration files. C# classes with up and down methods. It does have backtrack method or rollback methods. Okay. Migrations handle version-to-version upgrades on existing databases, both forward and rollback. They're cumulative EF tracks which have been applied in an EF migration history table. Just okay. Init SQL in. I'm thinking for a second here. I don't think I was just trying to think if this is something that we could replace our current source control for databases with, but I feel like Entity Framework has a lot more strict requirements for things. I don't know. I could be wrong. For things to having proper foreign keys and naming conventions and whatnot. And I'm curious how it handles, because it's not just schema, there's also stored procedures. I'm curious how it handles those. I'm going to get clarification on that too. Let me just make quick notes. Clarification on EF. Clarification. EF with stored procs. I assume Postgres has source procs. I don't know why it wouldn't. You know, like my singing, Alf? There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. All right, migrations handle version, blah, 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 blah. Init.sql and Postgres is for container bootstrap only. Creating the database, the role user, setting permissions is the stuff EF can't do because it runs before EF has a connection. That makes sense. Okay, that's what I figured. That's just setting up the database in the first place, and then EF takes over. Okay. So the Docker starts Postgres container, and SQL runs to create the database and the user. Server starts, calls, migrate async on startup. EF applies any pending migrations you're running. Data persistence across container rebuilds. This is the important one. Containers are ephemeral by default, but volumes are not. Here's the distinction. All right. So this is a Docker compose file. So we're using the Postgres image. And then we have a data volume. Postgres data lives outside. Okay, so this is where I'm not familiar with stuff. I have not done much with Docker. I understand the general concepts, but I've not actually done it. So it has not really solidified in my head. So Docker compose up, down, container stop, starts, data persists. Docker compose pool, new Postgres image, rebuild container, data persists, volume is external. Docker compose down dash V explicitly destroys volumes, data going, you have to mean it. Okay. When you deploy a new version of your server, new server container starts, calls migrate async on startup. EF checks the migration history, applies only new migrations. Existing data is untouched. Anytime you're rebuilding from scratch as a fresh environment, new dev machine, new prod server, blue wave volumes intentionally. It's exactly what init SQL plus running all migrations from zero is the correct path. One caveat is migrate async on startup is fine for dev and early prod. At scale, you'd want to separate migration execution from app startup. Run as a job step before deploying the new container so you don't have race conditions with multiple instances starting simultaneously. That's a later problem. Flag it when you get there. And you also have to make sure, that's another caveat it doesn't mention here, is that even if you do it this way, if you're going to leave the system up and running and have a separate migration prior to deploying the new server, the changes all have to be backward compatible. You can't break your existing functionality. You can add to it. Hey, Alfie. Hey, it's a garbage can. It's a garbage can. It's okay. Come here. There we go. That's better, Mr. Ralph. Just lick my hand. If it makes you feel better, lick my hand. It's just a garbage can getting rolled to the street. You'll survive, I promise. Yeah? You like my hand? Come on up. Come sit. It's okay. The garbage can is not going to hurt the owl. He's not going to hurt you. You're going to be okay, I promise. What? Oh, you need to pee and get your greenie? Is that what you need? Okay. All right. So this one, I'm going to make a note here to remember what I got to do when I come back in with him. Pick game working name. I'll think about that while I'm out with him as well. And then I want to just dig into that more just for my own knowledge. And should we start with the migration before server deploy just to be in the habit? And I assume that means each version upgrade must be backward compatible. So I think that's all going to be true. I just this whole Docker and Postgres slash database instances, it's different because it's basically, it feels like to me this is taking, let's talk in like Microsoft SQL World EC2 instance in AWS, like I use at work. This feels like it's saying, okay, turn the server off, detach the data volumes, which they are separate on ours, so we can do that. Rebuild the server, restore the system databases from your last backup, and reattach the data volumes, and then cross your fingers everything's happy. That's how it feels to me. So I want to dig into that too. I think those might be just separate conversations. And we'll get to that when we're developing it because I have to understand this to make it. But it's very interesting to me. And I don't know how this applies. I don't even know if this could apply to Microsoft SQL, for example. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it could. Maybe it's better at it these days than it used to be. But it's interesting because we basically had to do what I described with Microsoft SQL just now a week and a half ago. I say our DBA and infrastructure guy did this while I was on vacation. They literally had to do exactly that because AWS thermostats died and that got really hot or something. I don't know what it was, but there was a thermal situation and we literally almost lost a server that way, but our data volumes were able to be reattached and everything came back up after the rebuild. So I don't know. Lots of interesting stuff here that I want to learn about. So I need to think about a name while I'm out with the dog, and then we'll continue our discussion with Claude on things. Lots of interesting stuff. This is a lot of new territory for me. I like it. I like learning new nerdy stuff and then applying that knowledge to other problems that I have. So I can't fix my being weird, but I can apply it to technical problems that I have. So, all right. I will be back in a few minutes. Let me put up our urination. Well, we'll just go to the BRB screen, actually. We'll just do that. Okay. I shall be right back. All right. Doggo's happy. So, I did not think about the name at all. I was too busy thinking about nothing and watching Alf take his sweet ass time taking a pee. Um, hmm. Veilborn's kind of interesting. Veil Fall. I'm not sure if that's a thing. This is too long, for sure. The Wandering Age and Kindred Reach. I don't. We'll get back to that. And then Alf, it's still just a garbage can on the street. You don't have to growl at it. It's okay. It's okay. Come here. You get so upset after you have food. Why? Why do you get so upset? And you're just going to sit and stare at me now. Come here. Come sit with your dad. Show your pix. There you go. Show your pixel face. That you're too far away. They can't see you over there. Oh, you want me to shake my hand? You want to shake my hand? Are you trying to shake my hand? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a doggy. There's some doggy pixels licking his dad's hand by his head. You're funny, Alf. Now I'm all slobbery. I just had a shower. Now I'm slobbery again. Mr. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If only I wasn't Minecraft head, they could actually see you. Yeah. It's okay, boy. Tomorrow's garbage day for some people in the neighborhood. Ours is Friday. It's okay. They're gullible people that believed a salesperson that didn't even work for the company that they now use, saying that the company I have was going to raise their prices by double. And guess what happened, Alf? My prices didn't go up. Theirs did. Ah, I win for being an intelligent person that's not gullible. All right. Where was I? I want to have a good bit of practice of the production way and would rather get in the habit and have it set up the right way from the get-go if it isn't a ton of extra overhead. See what I mean? It's like it doesn't scroll down anymore. I don't know why. It's very weird. It of course supports sort procs, but doesn't own them the way it owns tables. Here's the breakdown. Calling sort procs from EF fully supported via from SQL Raw or execute SQL Raw async. Defining them in migrations, you write raw SQL in the up-down methods. EF doesn't generate this for you the way it generates create table. Add mob spawn proc, migration, up. Create a replace function, blah, returns table beginning, yeah. Down, drop function. Okay. So yes, stored procs are state-based and source controlled. They just require manual migration authoring. Yay! Such a pain in the ass. This is why we pay a metric butt ton, unfortunately, for the SQL source control software that we use for Microsoft SQL, because it does all of this stuff very well. I don't have to touch shit when it comes to database deployments. It just works. This is just effort. But we will make Claude do the grunt work of writing this stuff for us. We'll write the logic and we'll say, put this into a migration script for me, please, and let it do the work. They just require manual migration authoring. This is actually fine for your scale. The tooling limitation mostly hurts teams trying to auto-diff proc changes. PostgreSQL note. Postgres uses functions rather than stored procs in the traditional sense. It has procedure now too, but functions returning table are the idiomatic pattern. Functional equivalent for your purpose. Okay. Migration before deploy, yes, do it now. Okay, then why didn't you say this? See, this is the kind of stuff that bothers me with AI. It's like it's set up here. On startup is fine for dev and early prod. At scale, you'd want to separate. And then here, it says migration before deploy. Yes, do it now. This is the kind of stuff that drives me crazy with AI. It doesn't, as soon as you put any question into what it says, the tone changes completely. It's so annoying. Correct call and the overhead is low if you set up right from the start. The pattern is GitHub Actions, merge domain, build and test, build Docker image, push to registry, run migration job, separate steps, same pipeline, deploy new server containers. A migration step is just running your server with a special entry point arg or a separate CLI project. Boy, you're weird. .NET EF database update or via app.NET run migrate only. Many teams build a lightweight game server.migrator console project that does nothing but db.migrate async and exits. Keeps migration concerns out of the main server startup entirely. That's the cleanest approach and worth doing from day one. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Just have a little project that runs. You're right that migration before deployment mandates it. The constraint is the new schema must be readable by the old server code, during the deployment window. Because there's a gap between migration completing and the new server containers being live. Yeah, that's exactly why I said this. For solo dev with 0 user early phase, this doesn't bite you, but the habit to build is the expand contract pattern. Bad, rename a column in one migration, old server reads wrong column name breaks. Yep. Phase 1 migration, add new column, copy data, keep old column. Phase 2 migration, next release, drop old column once new server is confirmed live. Yeah. Yep. And this is very difficult to do with big monoliths like I use at work because so much changes each release. This is really only useful for smaller, more frequent releases. It's very hard to do on big releases. In practice, it means never name or drop in the same release that changes the code referencing it. Adding columns, tables, functions is always safe. Removing columns, tables, two-release process. Changing column types, almost always a two-release process. Unless it's a you're making a string column bigger. That doesn't hurt anything. It might hurt performance if you're doing searches on that or indexing queries on those, but most of the time that's okay. There are definitely exceptions. That's why it does say almost always, but there are exceptions to that rule. The other habit worth building, every migration needs a valid down method. That's the harder part. Doing a rollback is so hard to do. EF will scaffold an empty one if you're not careful. A migration you can't roll back is a liability. Yes. And we have that every single time we deploy right now. There is no going back usually. It's a reason to keep your releases small. Sorry, just checking something. All right. Everybody doing this right is generally low at your scale. It's mostly discipline rather than infrastructure. The GitHub Actions pipeline step adds maybe 30 seconds to your deploy. Set up on your first real pipeline. You'll never think about it again. Quit pushing me. Don't be pushy, Claude. I don't like pushy people. Okay, so that answers those questions. So naming. You're funny, Alf. No, don't be broken. You seem pretty intact. I mean, you're still speaking and alive, so you can't be that broken. What's going on? Are you lump? I don't think you're dead. So it got rescheduled for tomorrow, or it is now tomorrow? You're down to your last day. Ooh. I assume you meant you're cold, not cold. I don't know what cold means. Oops, sorry, Alf. That was your nose. Boy. Do showers wake you up or do they put you to sleep? Some people are one way, some people are the other. Showers just stress you out. Okay. That's a new one for me. um huh. Well, okay, I get you. Okay. What about baths? Do they have the same effect? Oh, okay, I see. So having to dry yourself off quickly, getting wet for a very short period of time and then drying off is the thing. Okay, I see. But if you're at a pool, you're just constantly getting out. You don't care if you're perfectly dry for a while because you know you're just gonna get back in. Alf, why are you flipping over and kicking me? Well, just go to your exam wet. just just take a shower and don't dry. Uh, or take a shower and then go run around in circles outside for a little bit and dry off. Nobody will question that. I honestly don't even have any advice on that. I don't even know. um, and this is your English one, isn't it? Is your English exam? Wait, tomorrow? Oh well, okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. You are 25 minutes past it being midnight there, so it is technically tomorrow, but it's not really tomorrow. It's two sleeps from now. So let's look at it that way. Let's look at it as not it's not after you wake up this next time at your exam. You still have another day. You have one more sleep ahead of you after this one still. Well, I am sure you will do fine on your exam. You will take a shower sometime between now and then. You don't necessarily need to take it tonight, unless you need to be nice smelling tomorrow. In which case, you could just lather on a bunch of deodorant and call it a day. Um, never done that before. Get a dog to lick you. He can clean you. Alf will lick everything. Especially if you do stink, he will make you not. Well, he'll make you smell like his slobber, but he won't make you stink like you were stinking. I come in from cutting the grass or doing yard work and stuff, and my legs and my arms are all nasty and sweaty and grassy or whatever and dirty. And that's his favorite thing to like. I don't need a bath. I don't need a shower after that. And just you clean me, don't you, Alf? You clean off my legs and my arms for me. Yeah, yes, you do. Now you just got to unlock the camera, and I can make funny faces at you. I can make funny faces at you now, but I just look like Minecraft man. So, Alf, why are you grunting at me? You're getting all the belly rubs right now. Arr, 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 arr. And you made yourself gag. Jesus hell. you, you you are special. Yeah, you're special. You really are. Well, you will be good. I wouldn't I mean, I saying don't stress too much isn't going to make you not stress about it, but You know English. You speak English. You'll be good. You speak the king's English too, so it'll be even better. Proper English. You spell color with a U. It's weird, but I guess it's proper. Color. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm learning a bunch of new stuff too. I'm not going to get tested on it. I'm just going to learn it in front of a bunch of people. So that's stressful. I'm going to look like a dummy in front of you guys learning stuff. You'll be fine. You will not get a 100% on the test. Just know that. Nobody does. You're allowed to miss some questions. That was the biggest thing I had to get over taking exams recently for AWS certifications was I didn't need 100%. I needed 70%. But I went in there, it still stressed me out. Every time I went to take it, I thought I failed as soon as I was done. And then I got my score and like, oh wow, I did better than last time. So you're always more prepared than you think you are. Yeah, Alf, the hook. It brings you back. Uh-huh. You know what the hook is, Alf? Is it your food and your bedtime snacks? Yeah. Because the hook brings you back. You don't like me singing. Oh, don't whine at me, Alf. All right, let's see. So we're trying to come up with the last thing that for this conversation with this is I need to come up with a working name for the game. And these were some suggestions it gave. I haven't fell in love with any of them yet. I'm trying to see if any of them inspire another word. It's just a working title. It's not the final title. And it needs to be short and easily typed. So I don't hate typing it, basically, as it says there, when I'm using it in places as a placeholder. Hmm. Let's see if we can get it to, we can tease it into some, how about game? That's possible. Yeah. The problem with that is if I say game, then when I go back to replace everywhere I've used that placeholder, the word game is going to be in a whole bunch of other places too that I don't want to change. So like even the example here, it's like the .NET solution can be game server.sln. Well, if I go replace game, then it breaks this. So it breaks that whole project and solution. Um, so let's see if we can tease out some more ideas from Claude here. Veilborn and Landfall. If Veilfall is a thing, like I'm not sure if that's a thing. I mean, it doesn't have to be a thing. It can be whatever I want. I even thought earlier I could call it Project Alf or Alf World, but oh, what you whining for? What? I have too much of a noise gate on this for them to hear you whine. But you're whining at me. What? In fact, I lied. Be financial suicide. I used to be able to sing this fast, but I can't anymore. What? You just don't like daddy singing songs, do you? Because you're weird. And you're sitting on my arm. I can't type. You're hearing that. The mic's picking up that. Are you done? Are you done trying to be the center of attention? this this is Alf. He's just like, if he's not the center of attention, he is letting you know he's not the center of attention. Yeah, I know. If you're about to fart, you can leave now. You don't fart and then leave, okay? Crazy boy. All right, so let's see here. Whaleborn? I can't type. Whaleborn. Brone, man. Landfall. Um, Veil Fall for there being hidden knowledge and the fact that we fell to the planet from space. Well, there's some others along that vein of thinking. See, it scrolls down, but not far enough. I don't understand. Veil fall, veil reach, slightly more active, reaching through the veil. Meh. Veil break. Hmm. Ashen fall implies something was lost in the descent. I feel like Duskfall is the name of an existing game. I'm pretty sure Duskfall is an actual game already. Yes. I can't use that. Actually, it just came out the end of last year, too. It has 2 users. I mean, it's a fake. I say it's a fake game. It's 50 cents. It's normally $1. What is this? Defend your villas at dusk. Shoot the attacking crows. Keep your population safe and find all 5 keys before time runs out. Interesting. Oh, God. Look at that targeting. He's like clicking on them and makes them vanish. Oh, that doesn't feel, yeah. I feel like there's another game that was similarly named that, though. Ember Vale sounds too much like Emberville, which is a game that I know is coming out. And Ember is, Shroudfall. Ooh. Anything like that? Shroudfall is interesting. Dim fall just sounds dumb. Gray fall, I feel like, is, man, hollow fall. Shroud fall is kind of cool. Mean, 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 mean. Bing. Oh, let me click that. Good old Harvey Dangerfield. Running up the flagpole and see. I like Shroudfall. It's actually not a bad game. Bad game. A bad name for a game. Because we're revealing the shroud of this planet and we fell to it from space. I'm an amputee, goddamn you. I'm sick, but I'm not well. You don't like me singing at all, Alfie. Why? Do I not do it enough in front of you? Do you want me to start singing more so you get used to it? Huh? You also don't like me dancing. Not that I do that much, but you don't like me moving fast at all. I have to move slow and gracefully, otherwise you go crazy. Stop it. Come here. It's 7:45, bud. You've had plenty of attention today. I know I left you for a little bit to go vote and go to Costco really quick, but you survived. And I came back with a whole nother bag of your nighttime treats. So you'll be happy about that. Let's go with Shroudfall. I kind of like that. It's growing on me. Veilfall's not bad either. See, misspelling. I do it all the time. Misspelling it, IE instead of EI. Do let it do the internet search for me. Search the web, Claude. Wait, what? An existing Steam game called Veilfall Trueshank, the fantasy tagline by Lurking Moose Games. It's small and not well reviewed, but it exists with the exact name. Additionally, Veilfall is also a named lore event in Infinity Nikki, a major release title. I've never heard of Infinity Nikki, if it's a major release title. Two Conflicts when Shroudfall is an actively developed and marketed tabletop war game with its own website, tournaments, and community. Has a dedicated fan base and a live commercial presence, so that one's arguably a worse conflict. Great. All right, hang on. Let's go look at these. Yeah, there's Veilfall. It's also coming soon, but they do have gameplay already. It's a turn-based grid thing. Okay. And then what's this one? Infinity Nicky Wiki. That's catchy. I don't even know what this is. Peaches for free. Is it free or me first? No, it's me first. Billions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Peaches for free. Look. What is this? This is some Eastern game, I'm guessing. Like Korean or something along those lines. I have never heard of it. It's free. Came out last year, mostly positive, by Infold Games. What is the gameplay? This all just looks like cutscenes so far. It's pretty. I have no idea. Open world, relaxing, cute, casual RPG multiplayer. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, then, Claude, what have you come up with as some alternatives? Both are effectively dead. Well, there's a reason why I thought it was a good name because somebody already used it. All right. I don't like Dim Veil. That seems weird. Dim just seems that makes that just too close to dumb. Dumb Veil. Grayfall. I feel like that already exists somewhere. Ashfall, Duskward. Hmm. No. Merc. What about breakfast at Tiffany? She said, I think I remember the film line as I recall. I look kind of liked it. I said, well, that's one thing we got. What? Why are you whining, Alf? None of these are making me happy. Merkfall. When I hear Merc, I think of like Mirkwood and WoW, and it's a gloomy place. And this place isn't necessarily going to be gloomy. Stop, Alf. Stop. It's too much. Hi. You can sit with me. That's fine. Come here. Come here. Come here. You want to shake? You're such a horrible shaker, Alf. Shake. Other paw? Other paw. Other paw. Okay, there's one. Other paw? Other paw. You know this, Alf. Other paw. This one. Other paw. Oh, good boy. Yeah. You're so dainty. You're so aggressive when you say hello to people. Boy. Do you want to go to breakfast at Tiffany's, Alf? Huh? Is it too gloomy? I don't want it gloomy. Nope. No E. Guarantee you high fall's already taken. Starward's not bad, but there's no way that's not already taken. Starward Rogue, Starward Civil Defense, Starward itself. Rayvale, nothing came back for that one. Can't use that one. Wayborn. Not really born into it, though. You kind of fall into it. So I'm not sure about that, but Embervale isn't terrible. It's going to be very close to Emberville, which I know is a game that's coming out. It's on my wish list. The other Embers out here. Let's go with Embervale. It's not taken. Always change it later. What? Where? I don't see it unless it's some porn thing that I have filtered out purposely. No, it got renamed Shroomvale. It was originally Embervale, but it got renamed. Shroomvale, huh? This is why naming things sucks. Now that's interesting. Soul mark. Because that's used, like it says here, it's sun or light. Huh. What about that one? A laser marking software from Solaris Laser SA. Completely different space, no conflict. Okay. No scheme name, no MO. That's the cleanest result we've gotten by a wide margin. It also works thematically. Yes, let's get into repo structure and the structure. I say the word out loud that I'm typing, and then my fingers just type a different word. Struction is not even a word. Wee. I like that it does all this grunt work for you, because this is stuff that sucks to do to start a project. Is setting up your repo, getting your folder structure, and blah blah blah. It's just, I'm hoping this thing just spits me out like a zip file that has a folder structure built inside of it, and I drop it into a repo, call it a day. Song's too slow. Skipping it. I need upbeat stuff while I'm writing code and doing techie stuff. Otherwise, I fall asleep. Making a GitHub template. Alpha's now curled up in a ball next to me. All right, 7 files. Here's what's there. So repo structure markdown, the full directory layout with explanations, branch strategy, actions, path filter examples, and naming conventions. Drop this into docs in the repo. To do every task from setup through phase 6, structured to match the implementation plan exactly. 3 open decisions are marked in line at the phase they block and collected in a summary table at the bottom. Claude Code can read this file and know exactly where things stand in any session. Issue templates, 3 types: feature, phase tagging, acceptance criteria, dependency linking, and a flag for GDD conflicts. A bug, lightweight, focused on repro and environment. Design decision, structured options A/B comparison with GDD constraints and a decision field to fill in when resolved. 3 open decisions, decisions should each become one of these issues immediately. Okay. Config YAML disables blank issues, links to GDD implementation plan directly from the issue creation UI. Okay. And then a PR template. Code your architectural guardrails directly, server authority, no lazy loading, blah, 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 blah. The most likely things to get accidentally violated, so putting them in every PR review forces a conscious check. One thing to do when you set up the repo, update config YAML with your actual GitHub username and the 2 URLs. Everything else is ready to commit as is. Okay. So pull request. Got some news for you. Oh, this is the last document. Okay. This is the pull request template. So we're going to do okay, and then our checklist for that stuff. I'll be reviewing my own code, but it's fine. Config YAML. So our repo name is Soulmark. Okay. Why are you gonna give me a run around? Is it a surefire way to speed things up when all it does is settle them down? Oh yeah. Why are you gonna give me a run around? Okay. Design decision. Okay, so this is our seems to be available to me. It loaded it. Bug. Features. To-do list. Ooh, this is a long one. Cake. Whew. All right. Yeah. That is a big to-do list. We got some work to do. This is huge scope, but I could make a dumb little game, or I could make the game that I want. I'm going to make the game that I want. Girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. Ba-da-dee-dee-dink. Okay. It's a lot. And this is a repo structure. Good Lord. A real team? I'm not real? Mean. Okay, so these are all our templates, our YAML files, which I don't have. I don't think, unless it has them down here. Do, do, do. Good dividends. Lots of stuff here that doesn't exist yet. That you can't just make empty folders in Git. It doesn't work that way. You've got to have some object inside of it. I'll have to put some README markdown files in each of them. Okay. Well, let me download all. Okay. Grab those. Just put them on here for now. I'm not going to put it in the subfolder. We're gonna clone the repo right here in my decode folder. Call it a day. Never had to knock on wood. I know someone who has. Oh, are we gonna get a webcam or another scooter? You got a hermit crab. I killed a hermit crab as a kid. My parents claim it was because it was negligence. I think it just died. I don't think I had anything to do with negligence. You guys will get it eventually. We might do more tomorrow or Thursday, or definitely, well, there's supposed to be a potential Starship launch Thursday if everything goes well tomorrow to wet dress. Might stream the wet dress. I don't know. We'll see how tired I am. But we'll definitely stream the launch if it happens Thursday or Friday or whenever it happens. I think weather starts coming into play Friday though, so and then a holiday weekend. You guys will get it. As long as I stream Saturday and your second cast goes off, then you'll get it because I think that's how both of them happen so far, both Saturdays. So okay, so we are making a repo, not here. Alrighty. Enjoy your sleep. See you next time. All right, so GitHub, create repo. Yay, it only shows my username here, I think. Hang on, let me just see if I click that, if it shows more. No. Okay. Doesn't show my email. What about that button up there? Nope, safe there too. Cool. Okay, so we are calling this blah blah blue blah blue. Yes, that. Let me get rid of this writer stuff. Screw you, JetBrains. There's, it better be available. It's got my username in front of it. It has to be available. I could technically call this Bob and it's available. Or A. I guess the intention is you have a team here doing this, but whatever. Do you give me a description to put in there? I guess we could take from our GDD this for now. 350 characters. Ooh, it fits. Nice. Choose visibility. Privato. Don't know how to read me yet. We definitely want to add a Visual Studio git ignore to start with. No license. Let's explain how others can use. Oh, this is just okay. So about licenses. This is all just public licenses, right? I don't think I really need any one of these. I'm not making anything public as of now. Nope. No license. And no readme because I got stuff to put in there. I think we'll well, let's just make a readme because then I can just copy that to all the other folders that I got to create. Private, Visual Studio, Soulmark, got our description, go. Okay, we got a repo. Now, I need to... Never actually used GitHub to commit stuff. I've looked at it. This is our issues, pull request, actions, projects. Okay. Security and quality. Is this free? No. Settings. Okay. Oh, God. Default branch main. Upgrade or make this repository public to enable wikis. Yeah, no, I don't need wikis. Yep. Issues. Sponsorships, discussions, projects, pull requests. Allow merge commits, allow squash merging. Yeah. Combine all commits from the head branch into a single commit in the base branch. I'm trying to remember if that's best practice or not. Excuse me. I can always come back to that. Yeah, do this. Keep our branches cleaned up. Danger zone. Chumbawamba. Tub thumpers. I thought the music mattered. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. We'll come back to this. Piss. What am I looking for? Visual Studio. Clone repository. Donny boy. Should just be this, I would think. Is there a clone button up here? Let's ask Copilot. I'm not familiar with it. I just don't use GitHub. Do actual coding work. Ah, here we go. Clone that. Oh, interesting. It's a .git at the end. Open with Visual Studio. Does that work? Oh, it's going to open a new one, huh? Okay. So, oh, it just put that in there without the .git. Okay. Get rid of that one. You, sir, are going to live. Does it let me just do this? It does. I'd much rather do that. Hang on. I like interfaces that are meant to be used like that. There we go. Clone. Make sure it does it right. Puts the README in the right place. So we have a soulmark folder now. A README get ignored. And we got all of our crap. Okay, cool. All right, so now we got to grab our format. Jesus. Let me copy this out into no line breaks. There we go. We need a .github folder where we put all of this stuff in here. Let's be lazy about this. Okay. We got all the crap in here. What do they put in here? Yes. Okay. Let's get Claude Code to do this for us. So we've got all that stuff in there. If we flip over to Claude Code and we change this to, nope, here, trust it. And then we also add this. Let's make it do it. So this description is in click the right thing, dummy. There we go. It is in the repo structure. I keep saying repro. They're not repro steps. Okay. In the repo structure file, please create in the code where'd it go? I'm nice to it. I say please. You don't have to say please, but there was a study that showed that does better if you're nice to it. Hop up. Where's my phone? Yes, Mr. Off. You're going to leave me now. Okay. It's crazy what sounds the mic doesn't pick up. Like I can sit here and smack my fingers on my belly and you can't hear that until I start talking. Such a crazy noise gate. How it works. Yeah, just do it. We'll see what's wrong with it in the end. Bound to be something wrong with it. Or it could be perfect. Sometimes it does things very well. This is A lot of tokens to create folders. See, it detected at the bottom here. That's why this popped up that we're in a repo. So it now knows there's 182 differences. And I think if I click this, yeah, it's showing me that it created a what? The hell? Why is it doing all of this? Jesus. I guess, okay, it's creating the project, the base project. Okay. My God. It targeted the right .net. That's good. What the hell? Weather forecast. Why? Why did it do that? That's crazy. It's literally create. I just wanted it to make the folder structures. I guess I wasn't clear. It's making all the .NET projects and solutions too. I mean, okay, it's a starting point, I guess. A little bit of overachievement here. It's gonna have to get done eventually anyway. So. And this would take me way longer than 4 minutes to do by hand. And none of it would I learn anything from, aside from knowing what kind of project types I have, which I'm going to open up and look at the solution and look at them anyway. But they should be very minimalistic. This is a class library or just probably a console app is what I'm guessing it's making. And then it's making some API. What did it make for the API? It did what? Oh God, it's making the Git YAML for the server CI. Wow. I mean, this is the problem if you're not you don't learn any of this, right? Like I'm going to go through this entire PR and learn what it's doing, right? I want to know what it's making and why. Jesus. This API is speed. Oh, I keep resetting my scroll. Just adding files as I'm looking at it. Okay, so it's making a Signal R API. Well, no, Signal R is not an API. That's outbound. I mean, this is the registering of it. No, this is inbound. It's doing way more than I thought it was going to do, but it's pretty. I mean, can't complain too much. It literally has all this stuff in here, what it's making. Going the distance. He's going for speed. All alone in the time of need. We're almost done with, I mean, we got to do the Docker stuff, but I'll have to do that off stream. So I got to reboot. Going for speed. He's going the distance. Like now it's doing the thing that I expected it to do, the docs and root level file. That's really all I was expecting it to do. I was not expecting all the projects to get created. I could reject all of that and get rid of it, but that'd be somewhat wasteful. I just killed a tree to make this, so it'd be kind of rude. Yawn. It's the only part about AI that sucks sometimes is like, what do you do while you're waiting? I know I could multitask. If I was actually working, I would multitask, but I guess that's good for streaming, like chat during it. My ear itches. Still going. What do my, I guess what I'm willing, what do my meetings look like tomorrow? A ton. This is doing so much more than I thought I was going to be doing. I mean, a lot of this is copying files, hopefully, as is. I will double check it did not change anything in here. Create git keep files for empty placeholder directories. Yes. Okay. That I expect. I figured that was going to happen. That's what I expected was going to happen in all of these directories, not actually have some projects get created. Verify that solutions build cleanly. We're going to build this shit. Okay. Go for it. I didn't expect solutions to exist yet. All right. I like it. It fixes warnings. I hate warnings in builds because it hides actual problems. It's cleaning up the weather forecast stuff. Is that what Microsoft throws in a brand new API project? Is that what it was? Okay. Yeah, the weather forecast stuff. I see. Okay. Good. Sometimes AI Claude Code is incredibly impressive. Like that would have been the first thing I had to do. I would have to do manually. I was like, okay, let me delete all this stub crap that it put in here, and it's doing it for me. This is where I think it's going back to me telling it what I want it to do, like what I'm expecting as a developer. Soulmark is now fully scaffolded. GitHub has 3 CI/CD workflows with path filters from repo structure MD, 3 issue templates plus config YAML and the PR template. Okay. We will verify this, but full .NET 10 solution, Soulmark solution X. That's not just SLN anymore, huh? Okay. With all 5 projects scaffolded, project references wired, and core.NuGet packages added, E04, NPG SQL, and Dapper. Subdirectories, controllers, hubs, entities, services, etc. in place with git keep. Infra has Docker Compose YAML, Docker Compose prod YAML, and Postgres init SQL. The docs has my GDD, the implementation plan, my Claude MD, the architecture MD, all content is copied from game. Okay, architecture MD, where'd that come from? Oh, that was created in the chat, right? That was over here, isn't it? Or am I hallucinating? No, I don't know where that came from. Where'd that come from? What? Architecture? Jesus. That's a hallucination. It must have made that. Because this doesn't exist in this folder. Unless it pulled out of a different file name. We'll see what's in there. Client web tools directory structure with git keep placeholders. Godot project itself gets created by Godot when you open the folder. To do, copied from game with setup items pre-checked. We're done. README, update with local dev setup instructions. Git ignore, extended to cover Godot artifacts and Rider. I don't use Rider, but maybe Godot puts Rider related stuff in there. I don't know. OneNote .NET 10's .NET new SLN generates SLNX, the new XML solution format. That explains the X. Okay. Rather than .sln. It's fully compatible. Visual Studio and Writer both support it. Repo structure named it Soulmark SLN. If you want the older format specifically, I can regenerate it, but SLNX is the right default going forward. Okay. Let's have a look at what it made. Oops. Do. Okay. Nope. Okay, so we expect in Be Your Monkey Wrench. So in GitHub, we should have all of this, and it should match what was downloaded. There's GitHub. Yep, that looks right to me. And then inside of those, we have templates and workflows. So we should have 3 workflows. Let's see. So these are the 3, or the 3 whatchamacallits, templates. Let's look at those first. Feature, bug, and design decision. Let's look at those. So design decision. Why do I keep saying design? My brain isn't working. Just eyeballing that, that looks the same. And then bug. I could compare these, but that seems excessive for this. That looks reasonable. Feature. That all looks good. Okay. And then the config YAML, this guy tells me where that stuff is. Not sure, what is this used for? I guess that's, I'm not sure what that's actually used for. Somehow GitHub is using this. Oh, for links. Okay. And to disable blank issues. Okay. Okay. And our workflows, these are all new. None of this existed. I don't think it gave this to us at all, did it? It'd be in here if it did. So it has the names here, but it just has the path filters. And then this took it 8 million years beyond that. So this is deploy. Push branches main. Okay. And then it did a bunch of stuff. So is all of this right? Who knows? But we don't have Docker installed to test it, so it's fine. Yeah, we got to get Ubuntu installed with WSL to get these to even work. Server CI is on push paths for server infrastructure and pull request paths server infrastructure. So this is telling me we're going to be doing some pre-merge builds as well. Whether that works or not, it's a whole other ball of wax. That was not set in here. Otherwise, that's right. And this is doing the same thing. Okay. I'm not going to worry about what the contents of those are because the GitHub actions are a bit of a ways out. Okay, so then that all looks right. Then we have our client, and this is our Godot project, and it's, I don't know if it's putting this in here, but I think it might just left it all empty. So let's see. Oops. Go away. So in client, these are all just git keeps. What's in a git keep? Is it just an empty file? Never actually. Yeah, it's just an empty file. Yeah, so these are all just empty. Yeah, so Godot will fill those in as expected. Okay, and then docs. Okay, so now this is where I'm going to use a notepad plus plus because I can then take from here. This is our implementation plan. We do this. Compare. We have a name at the top. That's the only difference there. And at the bottom, it added an extra line, whatever. Okay, so those are identical as expected. And then get that out of here. Game design document. Where's the key? Nothing at the top. Ooh, it pulled it back to 8 from 10. Because I don't know why the because is there, to be honest. It shouldn't have pulled that back from 10. No, wait. This was the original one. And it updated it. It fixed it from 8 to 10. Did I not save it? I thought I saved it. It still says 8. Maybe I didn't think it was in here. I know I looked at the implementation plan and the Claude MD because I think this has it in here too. Yeah. I guess I didn't look at this one, so it fixed it. Cool. So that's good. That didn't touch anything there. That was unexpected. Well, it was, but it was correct to touch it. Okay. And then this is our project Claude MD. I want to ask it because I thought this had to be in the root of the project. You're still awake. Did you shower? Are you a stinky still awake? Or are you just awake? Okay. It'll be okay. Is your skin turning gray? Because if your skin's not turning gray, then you're not dying. White is okay. I'm pale white. I get that. But gray is you're dying. Ooh. Okay, before I go any further, this has been driving me crazy for a while. The colors are absolute garbage in dark mode. Can't see anything at all. Yellow's just not a good color. I guess we can go with that. A darker orange. There. There. I can actually read the white text on the dark background. Yeah, yellow near white. This is better for sure. But yeah. Notepad++ added a true dark mode, and I just never got around to fixing those colors on the compare plugin. But that's much better. At least it's readable now. I don't have to select it to be able to read it. got a tire. All right, so it changed our, oops, what did I just do? Changed our working title. Wait. Oh, it just removed these. I don't know why those were there in the first place. Change that from 8 to 10. That from 8 to 10. Did I just not see all of these? I must not have. I must have just looked at the bottom. Okay. So I want to, those are good. Do, 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 do. Do you take hot showers? Okay. I haven't mastered it yet, but it's okay to start with a hot shower. But what I have found helps is okay, yeah. So I turn it initially like your body. I mean, in a lot of countries, you don't have hot water, right? So you just take cold showers. And while it might be healthy for you in some ways, I feel like it's a shock to the body. If you start with hot water and just get your body like warmed up with the fact that water is touching it, and then turn it down to lukewarm, um, you can do it gradually throughout the shower too. When you're by the time you get to the end of it, it's just like room temperature water going over you, and when you get out, you're not hot, and you probably still feel a little cold when you're wet. But when you dry off, you're not going from this hot steamy feeling down to your room temperature all of a sudden. Um, Something to try. I do that when I usually let myself cool down before I take a shower, but sometimes I'm in a hurry. Like after I do yard work or go for a walk with Alf, a fast walk or a hike or whatever, I'll cool off first. But if I don't have time to, I'll get in the shower with warm and I'll just turn that down quicker to get to cooler water. And then because my body's already hot, that cold water, A, cools me off. And B, when I get out, I'm not feeling like I'm steamy. I'm just normal temperature. So, but yeah, if you don't have if it was too hot to even make it lukewarm, that makes it hard. But I've always found cooling it off as you go so that when you get out, you just feel refreshed rather than hot and steamy is nice. Okay, so that was all good. Okay, what I wanted to look at was what is this? I don't want to be your architecture. Oh, ADRs and diagrams accumulate here as decisions are made and implemented. Oh, okay. So this is where it's going to keep notes for Claude to know what's going on as we go, so we don't have to keep reiterating things. Got it. Okay. I'm cool with that. Okay, so what else we got? What's next? Leave us far behind. Infra. We got an init SQL. So we're expecting an infra, Postgres init DB plus role creation schema owned by EF. Okay. So create the application role if it doesn't already exist. Select from the role, SOMark app. create the role with login password. Well, that's not a good password. I don't like that at all. I don't like having a password in a freaking source control at all. Ugh. That's something we'll be talking about. Grant all privileges to that. Okay. It doesn't create the database, so it's not quite done yet, but that's fine. And then we have Docker Compose for local dev, and the production overrides, and the server image and a migrator image separate from the server. Okay. We've got some Docker stuff that I could probably read and somewhat understand, but I have not done a terribly lot with it. How is... Where's my open with? Sometimes Windows is incredibly frustrating. There. All right, so Docker Compose dev. So we're going to build a Postgres service. (5432) is Postgres default port. Okay. And our data volume, our init volume. Go to bed. I'll be getting off here soon anyway, so I won't be an excuse for you to stay up anymore. You're just going to have to go back to doom scrolling. See if you get a camera on your last cast. Not that one. Boy, that was a lot of money. A legendary croissant shark. Anyway, yep. Have a good one. Talk to you next time. Next time you'll be done with your exams. See? Something to look forward to. Probably won't be streaming tomorrow. So, good luck. Break a leg, as they say. Good night. All right, so then we got a health check. Okay. A migrator. I mean, I can read this stuff and I can kind of guess what it's for, but I would never have figured out this. I don't know the syntax. I really want to understand it more. When we get into these, I'm going to be definitely asking to explain everything that's happening here, so I know why these things are here. This is clearly different services, right? And then a volume here to create that's referenced here. Okay, and then the prod version has some overrides. That are variables rather than hard-coded stuff. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, sure. Container tools. Container tools can make it easy to build, manage, deploy containers applications. I'm not going to be doing it from here, though, so never mind. Okay, so it gets the SDK, copies, all of this stuff in, restores the packages, copy the server to root or to my current working folder, and then publishes the API, and then copies at publish to my current working, expose 8080, and that's your entry point. Okay, so this is really just the API so far that's exposed. And the migrator, similar stuff, publishes, and it's just going to be a run. Okay. Not exposing a port. Okay. I mean, it's more than I was expecting to get out of this, but it built a lot. Okay. And then in server, Visual Studio Launcher, huh? Jesus. Get keeps. Okay, so there's not anything in these. Well, that's build stuff. The test build. So API core, very rudimentary. Okay, so let's just see, does that open with Visual Studio? Visual Studio, always. Okay. I have multiple versions installed. I didn't think I did. Maybe the selector is just an option. Okay, so we've got a solution. And .NET 10, this is a console app. It says it's a console app, but that's not a console app. What is that actually? Going to build as a console app, but this is like a web console app project. Maybe it's just an API project because it got publish on it. I'm just curious what it must have been like if you do a new project. If we search for API, ASP.NET Core Web API, and that's not the same icon. ASP.NET Core Web App, no, not MVC. Well, it has controllers, but that's just REST controllers. Probably this one. That icon just doesn't match unless it's just a generic icon for all web-based things. Okay. And we got our core, nothing in there, data, migrator, and test. That's also something I haven't done a ton of recently is unit test. I used to, just don't anymore. I want to use whatever the new fandangled good stuff is. Lots of mocking, so I don't have to have databases set up. Okay. Well, I mean, it built, which is cool. I'll take it. Okay. So that's that. We've also got this open, so we should be able to look in here and see that it added all kinds of shit. That's everything it made. Oh, we've already looked at that guy. We've looked at docs. We've looked at client, because that's the Godot stuff. Infra we've looked at. I should have just done it from here. Server, these are all mostly just empty folders with some base program files. Tools is just an empty folder that was going to be One-off scripts, C data, dev utilities. Okay, yep. And then our to do and readme and get ignore. Now the get ignore I want to update because I don't want the writer stuff in there unless Godot is actually doing that. So we might have to have that get cleaned up. I want to look at it. Let me get this guy out of here. So web. Oh, is that this is alphabetical. The this was not. Yeah, placeholder for that stuff. Okay. So was that everything aside from those last two files to look at? Yeah. Okay, so it created all that stuff. My goodness. As a blue. Compare with unmodified. What did you add? You added Godot and Docker. I'm not using JetBrains Writer. I'm using Visual Studio. The Visual Studio default one is ridiculously long. There's so much garbage that thing builds. Or includes locally when you build something. So much. And the README it made. Beyond you. Oh, nice. Links to all this stuff. It's not stuff I asked for, but it is useful stuff. Run server without Docker. Yeah. Price Postgres already running via Docker compatibility local install. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Run tests, apply migrations only, repository layout. See docs Claude for full technical decisions and constraints. So is this enough for Claude to know to look at it? Okay. And then our to do. Oh, look at that shit. All right. Set up an infrastructure. Create GitHub repo. Done. Push initial docs. Done. We have not done that yet. That's fine. Scaffold the .NET solution. So it just started doing my to-do list for today. I was like, all right, let's just do it. Let's get it done. This will have to be with Godot. Write all of these, which I didn't expect it to do. Verify the local stack. We haven't gotten Docker installed yet. And we'll leave the writer in there. It's fine. Somebody might use writer. This stuff is, I think, back is cross usable. So whatever. If we end up using writer, fine. Right. The README. So it basically did everything that it could, which is crazy. It's good. This is, I mean, this is the grunt work that nobody wants to do, is set up all this crap. So, okay. But I do want to ask, will the reference in the README markdown file be enough, or does the claude.md file need to be at the root for it to work? Let's go back here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. All right, so it just created that. Awesome. This Windows client for Claude Code is so much better. Linux one. So much better than the Linux command line. Okay, so I mean, let's create our PR. What are our options here? Create draft PR, manually create PR. And let's just create PR. Create a pull request. On Claude to run. Yeah. We'll branch off, commit, push, and open the PR targeting main. Again, stuff that I don't have to do now. So we're going to check out into initial repo scaffold. Yeah. Page all new. Yep. Come to full repo, initialize. So it's going to put all of these notes in here. Co-authored by Claude Sonnet 5.4.6. And here's my email. That's fine. Give credit where credit's due. I want to understand all of this stuff, but if it writes it, I'm not going to complain. Create the pull request on GitHub. The command, yeah. GitHub PR create title initialize full scaffold body. What this does is oh, so it's taking the okay. So let's look at this and make sure I actually follow the template. So in GitHub, issue no pull request template. So what this does, one paragraph, what changed and why. Establishes a complete project structure for Solmark per this. So phase one, data schemas work can begin immediately. No game logic. This is scaffolding and documentation only. Okay, so what this does. Related issues. NA, this is the initial setup commit. Phase and system setup infrastructure pre-phase one. Checklist. I say what's included? That's not here. Why did it add that? It violated my template. I guess it's just a template as long as you at least fill that bit out. So what's included is fine. Checklist. Builds clean locally. Test pass. .NET test. No game logic added to Godot client. Server is authoritative. Oh, I see. No lazy loading. No built. Bulk operations use. Okay, so these just none of this is applicable. So all right. Kind of followed the template. It was close. I'm not going to be a stickler for it on this. It's nice to have it all, but if it gives me more information, as long as it gives me that plus some, I'm okay with it. All right, CLI isn't installed. Oh, if the branch is pushed, you can open the PR directly at that. GitHub will pre-populate the PR template. Here's the body to paste in. Okay. If you want to get available going forward, when get install github.cli will install it. Okay. We will do that. Wait, it's there it goes. This is all of this stuff. What are the little, these things? What is that? The green. What does that mean? Like the number of lines is like the giving you an estimate of. Well, this is empty file though. Large diffs are not rendered by default. Okay. So explain that to me. What is this? Like, what is these green? What are these green dots? I want to understand. What are the 5 boxes, mostly green, between the line count changed and the file name in the PR UI of GitHub? Composition bar, visual breakdown of what type of content is in the diff for that file. Each colored square represents a rough proportion of lines by category. Green additions, red deletions, gray, white, unchanged context lines shown in the diff. So a file that's mostly green squares means it's almost entirely new additions. Every file is a file with mixed green red would indicate significant rewrites or deletions alongside additions. The quick, okay, that's cool. So then if I looked at the one that it hid, so like this, one's gray. But if I look at the GDD, well, no. That's mostly new. What was the one that was changed? The get ignore. There we go. Well, I guess the changes were mostly just ads, right? Okay. Two contributors. Wait, Claude's getting credit for this? You mother. I mean, I guess it's good. It tells you that AI was involved. Okay, so reviewers can add people, labels, projects. Okay. So we're pulling this into main. I just want to look at the UI and just make sure I know what I'm looking at here. Okay, so nothing terribly crazy. Some checks were not. That's two failing, one in progress, one queued, two in progress. Huh. All checks have failed. Because none of that stuff is actually correct yet. I don't care. Will eventually work, but there's nothing there now. So okay. So been merged. Nothing's open. That's closed. So now if we look at our code base, just curious how things look. This is different than DevOps, so failures. Yeah, all this stuff's gonna fail. Wait, that was successful here? It's already doing actions. Jesus. It just says hello world. Yeah. These are all going to fail because unit password required. Yeah. None of that stuff's going to work. That's fine. Okay. Interesting. You're pitiful, Alf. So the actions are built into the repo. That's cool. Different. I think you can do that in DevOps with GitHub. You can have your pipeline committed in the repo if it's the YAML pipeline, not the classic. And then those just get updated when new stuff is added and it just magically works. I want to get there, but for work, but that's easier said than done at the moment. We got a lot of weird stuff happening in there. Oh, wow. So there's our front end README for this thing. Wow. This looks like a professional thing. And I didn't do anything. That's cool. That's very cool. And these all link in. Yep. And that shows stuff that's finished already. Yep. Okay, so I need to run. I don't know where this is running it. It's running on a PowerShell. I'm assuming PowerShell 7. Oh, it's waiting for UAC control. Sorry. Installed. Okay. I was like, PR is committed and the GitHub CLI was installed on a PowerShell 7 prompt. Okay. Yeah, we do have to create the dev branch. So, I mean, I guess we could do that now. One branch. Did I not clean it up? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Do it my way. Nothing I can do now. I know how to do it in Visual Studio. How do you do it in this UI? Find or create a branch. Okay, so dev. Create branch dev from main. Done. And we go back to main. And settings. I don't know where that is. Rules. And the leader force. I'll figure out where that is. I don't know where that is. That's for another day. It's 9:30. Alpha's gagging. He's ready for bed because he's a dummy. So cool. Well, that was a productive evening. I'll get WSL installed and reboot and all that stuff before our next run and get Docker going. And then we're close to starting code, or at least getting schema going. So cool. Alrighty. Well, been fun. Thanks for hanging out. Those of you watching this later, enjoy my learning process. And we will see you on the next one. Talk to you later. Bye for now.